bring a message from our chief, Manewa. This ground on which you stand is Cherokee land. He wants no violence. But your people will leave this place, or there'll be trouble between us.
I'll take this message back to your chief. Tell him I'll not be frightened off my land by the threats of any savage. And if it's trouble he wants, the Clan McIntosh will give him plenty. Now be gone, all of you.
It's ready, Roderick!
Stand from under! Come here, lad. It won't be long now, lad, till the cabins are built and your mother and sisters will be here from Salem.
Next week, Grandfather?
A wee bit longer, lad, but soon.
There will be no violence.
Of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippin'est, roarin'est, fightin'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a Boone, what a doer, what a dream come truer was he.
Hungry, Dan?
I sure am, Becky.
There's chicken and honey and corn. Oh, Fritz! Oh!
Well, that was a nice lunch. What's Ezra got there?
I don't know, but I better find out. Israel! Israel! Israel Boone, what are you up to?
Just got something.
What have you got there, young man? Pepper?
We need it for cooking.
We?
Monalutha and me.
Monalutha, Chief Manewa's son?
Yes'm, we're friends.
Yes, dear, I know. Just where are you doing this cooking of yours?
At the Peace Tree.
Why there?
You're an old girl. You wouldn't understand.
I'm also your mother, and I might.
Well, because Monalutha thinks it's a good place to make medicine. You know, the Cherokee and the settlers planted that tree there so there'd be peace between us. The war axe is buried there. Just a good place, that's all.
So, you're cooking up medicine, Indian medicine. Well, just how much pepper would you be needing?
How much can we have?
Very, very little. Hold out your hands. How's that?
Thanks, Ma.
Mingo. And you? You remember a group of Highlanders led by a man named Roderick McIntosh?
Yeah.
12 men and a small boy. They came through Boonesboro a few weeks ago, heading north.
Well, they didn't go north. They're cutting timber to build cabins on Deerhorn Flat.
Deerhorn Flat.
Well, Roderick McIntosh says it's empty land, waiting to be claimed.
Well, when did you talk to him?
Manewa sent 3 of us to tell him and his people to get off our land. We were ordered off Deerhorn Flat, and one of our messengers tried to put an arrow into McIntosh's back.
Stubborn fools. I might have known they wouldn't take my advice. You know, they must think...
Oh, we know what they think. He told us. We're savages, and we tread on Deerhorn Flat at our own risk.
Somebody'd better tell McIntosh he stuck his head in the hornet's nest.
It's worse than that, Daniel. Manewa is a very angry man. He doesn't like fools who think they can blunder in where they have no right to be and grab whatever they want.
Yeah, can't blame him.
If they would listen, we could explain the laws and the terms of the treaty. Many of our Cherokee think there's been too much talk already. Taffand and Pushta and a half dozen of the others are sharpening their war arrows. And they want to use them.
Well, it's a nice day for a walk.
Israel? Marlutha?
Medicine.
Sure don't smell very good.
Pitapuni, the medicine man, said it's the most important. If we want to grow and run swiftly, we have to rub it on all over us.
What's in it?
I don't know all of it. Deer horn, bear and beaver fat, a frog skin, salt from...
Ma, give me some pepper.
Pepper?
Nah, that's a ladybug.
Pounded deer horn cooked and rubbed on legs makes you run fast and jump high. Bear fat makes very strong. What does pepper do?
Oh, well, I guess we really didn't need pepper. Are we ready to start cooking now?
Pitapuni said we need more. Only we can find it. He can't give.
What do we need?
Hair from a rabbit to make us jump high. Hair from a skunk to make our nose smell. Hair from a fox to make us wise. Eyes from a frog to make us see underwater. Stingy nettle to make our skins hard against arrows.
Is that all?
That's all.
too far to the left, man.
An inch is nothing to worry about.
If it was on the end of your nose, you'd worry about it. The one thing I can't abide is a tree in my orchard that's out of line.
Aye, an inch to the left it is.
Grandfather, look! Somebody's coming!
Why, it's Mr. Boone. Come on, lad. Mr. Boone?
Mr. McIntosh?
This is my grandson, Dougal McIntosh. He was my lookout. He thought you might be a savage. We've been threatened by savages.
Well, now, I've heard about that.
If you come to offer help, we'll take it gladly. I think the savages outnumber us 100 or more.
Well, now, they're not savages, Mr. McIntosh. They're Cherokees. And they outnumber you by far more than 100.
And how are you going to help us, Mr. Boone?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking, but probably not in the way you expect.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the last time we talked, I might not have made myself clear, but it's really quite simple. This valley, it's just not another piece of ground. It's most likely the most important land the Cherokee own. Now, the game, the deer, and the elk herds all come right across here to that pass up above. They go up in the spring, and they come down before the first snowfall. Permanent type settlement such as you plan here could drive the game away. And that would cause a terrible hardship on the Cherokee, possibly even starvation, Mr. McIntosh.
People shouldn't live only by hunting. They should plow and sow and reap.
Well, now, the Indians have been living this way for thousands of years. We can't expect them to change overnight.
I'm a man who understands hardship. We suffered enough of it coming this far. Aye, and some of us died on the way. But we came at last to this ground, and this is the ground we want. We must be settled in, our cabins built, our planting done before winter comes. There's little enough time if we stay here. There's none if we move on.
Well, just what is it you're going to be planting?
Apples. McIntosh apples. The best in the world. We're orchard men. We grow many things, but we're orchard men first of all. Take them home with you, Mr. Boone. A gift from Roderick McIntosh.
The young'uns will appreciate it. Thank you.
If we live, there'll be many more.
So you plan to stay on?
Aye, we'll stay. And we'll fight the Indians if we have to.
Did you ever see an Indian war, Mr. McIntosh?
Well, no.
Well, I have. And I don't want to see another one if I can help it. This land belongs to the Indians. And you're not welcome.
I take it that's your last word, Mr. Boone.
Not my last word, Mr. McIntosh. The Cherokee.
Awa! Ula, ula, awa! Ula, ula, aga! Ula, ula, awa! Ula, ula, aga! Awa, awa, ula! Aga, aga, ula! Ula, ula, awa!
I'm tired. Ain't that enough?
Ula, ula, awa! Ula, ula, aga! Ula, ula, awa! Ula, ula, awa! Enough.
I should think so. Think it's ready?
I'll see.
Come on, let's take it off. Let's wait till it cools off.
Yeah.
Let's throw it off guard. Look out! There's a wild girl in there!
I'm not a girl. Stand up to me and I'll prove it to ya.
But you're wearing a dress.
It's kilts I'm wearing, and it's a man's way of dressing, not a woman's. Stand up to me and I'll prove it.
No, you proved it enough already. What's your name?
Dougal McIntosh. What's yours?
Israel Boone. You're one of the new people that moved up in the valley.
That's right. Is he a savage? I am Manlutha, son of Manewa, chief of the Cherokee. Why have you smeared your faces?
They're not smeared, they're painted. We're making medicine.
Oh, I'm sorry you're sick.
Not that kind of medicine. Come on, we'll show you. Indian medicine. Works magic if it's strong enough.
Whew! Strong it is. Only strong medicine is good.
What's in it is the secret. The Cherokee medicine man told us what to use. But we had to promise not to tell anybody.
And it works magic? It makes men strong.
You rub it on you and it makes you grow. See? You don't have to wait. You start growing right off.
I didn't believe it.
All right, we'll show you. Come on, Mama Luther. You come back tomorrow. You'll see how much we've grown. You put it on me first, Mama Luther. You own my shirt.
It is strong. A buddy cannot say no to that. Turn around, Israel. Would there be enough left for me?
Sure there is.
I best get measured first.
Boone. You talk.
Manewa, these Highlanders are not bad people. They're just cranky and stubborn, and they don't like being told what to do.
They must move.
Well, I know it. But the trick is getting them to know it. They've come a long way, and they've had hardship, and they see that land as the end of their journey.
It is our land. If they not leave, we drive them off.
Well, that'd be like driving a bear down a badger hole. You'd get scratched up some.
we can kill the bear.
Well, it's a bear. It'd take some killing. There'd be many empty Cherokee lodges before you were through.
Better to die fighting than to die of hunger.
Well, Manewa, I don't want anybody to die for any reason. The Highlanders are my brothers. The Cherokee are my brothers. We can live in peace.
They must move.
Well, I'll do what I can to get them to move. Will you give me time to reason with them?
How much time?
5 days.
5 days.
5 days.
Manewa, Daniel?
What is it?
I have news. I found the deer herd.
Where?
At White River, above Three Forks. The deer have come out of the hills early this year, and that bespeaks a hard winter. They'll be at Deerhorn Flat in about 3 days.
Doesn't give me much time to talk sense into those stubborn Highlanders' heads.
Now only 2 days. If the bear does not leave our land, we will drive him off or kill him.
Becky, what are you doing?
What am I doing? Can't you smell it?
Yeah, I can smell it. I could smell it a quarter of a mile down the trail. Wind must have been just right.
A quarter of a mile. Oh, good heavens.
Are you sure it's coming from here?
I don't know. I spent the afternoon at Mrs. Bradley's, and when I got home and opened the door, it very nearly knocked me over. I can't find what's causing it.
That smell's not inside. It's outside. Becky?
But, Pa, if you wash off all my medicine, Monluther and Dougal will grow so fast I'll never catch up.
They'll do what?
Grow, Pa, grow.
You mean that stuff is something you put on to make yourselves grow?
Sure, Pa. Cherokee medicine.
Well, now, you and Monluther didn't cook this up yourself, did you? Or maybe you had a little help from Chief Manewa's medicine man.
How did you know?
Oh, I'm a good guesser. I bet he told you how to make the medicine and gave you everything you needed to do it.
Only part.
And the part with the peculiar smell?
How do you know?
I've known Pittapooney for a long time. He's the sort of man that likes to play a good joke on a couple of young'uns.
It ain't a joke, Pa. It's real Cherokee medicine. It is real, ain't it, Pa? The medicine's made right, it'll do what you want.
Well, a lot of men think so. I guess if you believe it enough, it might just do the job. Now, let's get that face.
The children are all tucked in for the night. Dan, who is in the right?
Manay was just as stubborn as McIntosh. Neither one of them will give an inch. I suppose it depends on whether you're wearing moccasins or shoes. If you're wearing Manaywa's moccasins, you know you got to keep Deerhorn Valley clear, or have your tribe face a hard winter. And if you're wearing McIntosh's shoes, you know you got to have your people settled in before the snow flies, or maybe some of them will die.
Which side will the people of Boonesboro be on?
And I've asked myself that question and got no easy answer. We've been at peace with the Cherokee.
Which side are you on, Dan?
The Cherokee. I told McIntosh to move. A man has got to stay with what he thinks is right. McIntosh is wrong. I won't stand by and let him endanger the whole settlement.
All right, Mom, Melissa. Inches in one night.
Wow. It is strong medicine.
What I want to know is, why didn't you have to take a bath?
Cherokee braves smell like this all the time.
By golly, you're right. I wish I was a Cherokee.
You are a Cherokee's brother.
You had to take a bath, too.
That I did, not 5 minutes after I got home.
Luther kept his medicine on. He grew this much.
I didn't believe it.
Show him, Luther.
Put his heels on the ground and he'll not be so tall.
And you had to smell like a skunk all night for nothing.
I came to tell you, I can't come here anymore. My grandfather says there are soon to be fighting with the Indians.
In my tribe, the braves talk of war, because your tribe is camped where the deer will pass.
What if they go away?
Peace, like now.
See, tell your grandpa to go somewhere else, and then nobody will fight.
My grandfather has talked to all the men. He says the land is not the best, but we have done much work on it. We will stay where we are.
Then my tribe will fight yours. What about your pa and the people in Boonesboro? Will they fight the Cherokee?
Most likely.
Our tree will be cut down, killed.
Yes.
What does the tree to do with fighting?
It is a peace tree. When the settlers first came here, they and the Cherokee fought.
Many scalps, many cabins burned.
And then Pa and Mingo and Chief Manaywa got it stopped. They smoked the peace pipe. They planted the peace tree. As long as it grows.
No scalps, no cabins burned.
But this is a war axe. If anybody wants to start fighting, all they got to do is pull up the war axe and chop down the peace tree.
If my pa fights your pa, then you and me will have to fight.
I guess so.
Would you scout me?
I don't know how.
I can tell you, if you didn't know how, would you scout me? Would you kill me?
No, you're my friend.
Would you?
No, sir, not me.
I cannot kill you, or you. If there is fighting, I will kill myself.
No! Just because grown-ups can be friends one day and fight the next doesn't mean we have to.
What else can we do?
I know. We'll make peace medicine. Luther, you talk to Penapuni and find out what we need.
Yes, today.
The medicine we rubbed on our legs and back was no good. My grandfather says such things are foolish.
My pa says different. It ain't just what you put in. You got to believe and want and try. And then it is good medicine. Do you want fighting and killing, or are you gonna help?
I'll help.
We're Paint Off End? Who did the Cherokee fight?
Settlers at Bighorn Flats.
No, we're at peace.
Not for long.
My father promised 2 days.
Why?
So they can move away.
They will not move away. They build forts and make weapons to kill the Cherokee.
What are you making, Grandfather?
Ammunition, lad. Ammunition for the protection of our people.
As true as a Cherokee arrow.
Manewa McIntosh. I don't see why they have to be so stubborn.
That's because they believe their lives and the lives of their people depend on it. Edward, I want you to stay close to the cabin. I don't want you to get in any trouble.
No, Pa, no trouble.
You too, Jemima.
All right, Pa.
There's not gonna be any war. We're gonna make peace medicine, and that will stop everybody from fighting. What weapons did you get that has killed? Sure looks like it has killed people. What did you get?
It has only killed chickens.
It's killing enough. I got some of Pa's powder and bullets. I guess powder and bullets have been killing people forever. Now, we got something that has killed from both sides. All we got to do is bury him in this hole. Is that what Pinapuni said?
Yes, bury them so they cannot kill again. And make a fire on top of them.
Are you sure old Pinapuni ain't joshing us like he did that growing medicine?
Pitapuni makes peace medicine too. He danced and chanted all night.
All right, here goes.
I sure hope the peace medicine works.
It takes believing, Pa says. If you believe in anything hard enough and work hard enough, It's just bound to come true.
I hope you're right.
Now we gotta build a fire on this spot.
The worried look, Mingo.
Time, Daniel. It's running out.
We still have some time left.
We also have some hotheads who don't want to wait. Taffin, Pushta, some of the others. You see, Daniel, they're afraid that the Highlanders will use the 2 days to dig in. And before they're dug out, it could mean a great many dead Cherokee.
Mean a lot of dead Highlanders, too. There'll be some way of talking them into leaving. Why don't you come along with me? We'll both talk to them.
You think I'd be welcome?
No, I expect not. But you might be just the one to show them what they're up against.
It's worth a try.
Men coming.
Stand where you are.
Come as friends.
Mr. Boone, you're no longer welcome to the Clan McIntosh if you come as a friend of the savage.
Clan McIntosh. Then you would be from north of Glasgow and Edinburgh, but no further north than that. A fair country, I'm told, Daniel, although occasionally bitterly cold.
But man, you're a savage.
Only half. But I am here as a Cherokee to ask you once again to move, so that my people need not die.
We cannot and will not move.
If you don't move, you'll likely all be killed. What right have you got to endanger all these men's lives, Mr. McIntosh?
The Clan McIntosh never ran from a fight. They'll not start now.
Look out!
Hold your fire! Hold your fire!
They're running, lads. We've whipped them good. A 2-day truce. So that's how you Cherokee keep your promises.
Taffin and just a few young braves.
There are bad apples in every barrel, Mr. McIntosh. Even the Cherokee have them.
One of those braves is badly wounded, Daniel.
That just might do it. One dead man on each side, that's all it takes to start a war. It might be that Mingo and I can head this one off and get you that 2-day truce. You better hope we can.
I'm going with you. Whatever happens now concerns the clan. I've got a right to be there. Lads, take care of David.
corn.
Meat. Full bellies.
For Cherokee and settler.
Aye, for everybody.
So the orchards will grow.
To the tree, quickly!
Spill. It's gone.
This is our tree! Don't let him chop our tree!
Seems I told you to stay out of trouble.
That's what we were doing, Pa. Making peace medicine.
I thought you were safe in camp.
I had to help my friends.
What kind of medicine is that?
Peace medicine.
So there would be no fighting.
Or killing.
We put in wheat, corn, and apples, but it's gone. Spilled.
Now, hold on. What did you say about apples?
From the peace tree.
So our orchards would grow.
I see.
Toffin tried to chop the peace tree down.
The wound looks worse than it is.
I promised you 2 days of truce. He broke my word, and you are helping him.
There's bad apples in every barrel. I've no doubt we've got some too.
That's spoken like a couple of men who could get along if they tried real hard. You know, finding the boys here started me thinking. They get along fine. They've even got time to try to help us get along.
Peace medicine, Pitapuni told me.
Well, something else started me thinking. Apples were in that medicine. Apples from that peace tree. Now, land is the heart of our trouble. Clan McIntosh wants to build cabins and plant orchards in Deerhorn Valley.
And drive deer herds away.
Yes, but do you remember where we got the peace tree?
Yes. On slope below Squaw Mountain.
Crabapple thickets up there, lots of them. Side hill country, fine drainage, good orchard land. Now, we both own that, Cherokee and settler alike. If we both give up some, our friends can move up there, build their cabins, and we can keep Deerhorn Valley clear for the herds to pass.
Well, if the peace tree is any example, it must be good orchard land, better than Deerhorn Valley. But we can't move. We couldn't be settled in before the winter.
Well, why don't we do what the boys do? Talk it over, work it out. There must be 100 men in Boonesboro who can spare a few days to raise a few cabins. And there must be 4 times that many squaws and braves in your camp, Chief Manewa. Braves aren't much for raising cabins, but they could hunt and fish and feed the rest of us.
Even the strongest tree must bend before the wind.
I agree.
Well, let's get started.
Bingo! Just come from Squaw Mountain. Clan McIntosh women have arrived. Roderick sends his regards. Oh, yes. The deer are coming out of the high country and moving through Deerhorn Pass.
Fine.
You know, I think we ought to find out what it is the boys put in that peace medicine. It certainly is powerful.
Well, I can give you some. There was a little left in the bottom of the pot. Israel brought it home. It ought to be around here somewhere.
Daniel, as I came in, I noticed 3 little boys stirring something in an iron pot on the other side of the house.
Fly, Israel! Fly!
No! Israel, no! What are you trying to do?
Fly, Pa, fly. We thought it'd be nice to fly, so we made some new medicine with hawk feathers in it.
Well, I think we better have a little talk about that.
I don't know, Daniel. They're just liable to make it work.
Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. He was brave, he was fearless, and as tough as a mighty oak tree. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the ripplingest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he. Daniel Boone. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippin'est, roarin'est, fightin'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a Boone, what a doer, what a dream come truer was he.
There's a lonely gal a-waiting for a man who never comes. He lies dead upon the Mississippi shore, while the wildcat is wailing in the deep, dark woods, and the copperhead is hissing near her door. Well, I see you finally come around.
Who are you?
Hoops. Hoops is the name. Rufus C. Hoops. Who are you?
Boone. Daniel Boone.
I'm real pleased to meet you, Mr. Boone. I hope you don't mind my taking a little drink off you. It was sort of hard work, pumping all that water out of your hide and getting the lair back then.
Did you pull me out?
Yep, right yonder, where the eddy had you up agin the shore.
Did you see my boat?
Boat? I didn't know you had one.
Yeah, a boat with a cargo of furs I was taking to New Orleans. It was tied up, planning on spending the night ashore when I got wind of someone in the neighborhood. Saw a light in the bayou over there.
Oh, the light you seed was me. I was doing some fishing by pine torch. Nothing like a torch to bring the fish to you.
I thought it might be Choctaw. Figured I ought to be leaving there. Someone was on the boat. He jumped me, knocked me overboard.
And shot you. That's what brought me over here. I heard the shot and wondered what was going on. Did you see the fella?
No, he hit me from behind. How long have I been here?
Offhand, I'd say maybe 4 or 5 hours. I was beginning to think you was never coming to. That's why I took the liberty of drinking your liquor. Figured if you died, you'd never know.
That liquor?
Mm-hmm. The one you had in that pouch over there. The pouch you was hanging on to when I pulled you out of the river.
This isn't mine.
It isn't yours. Then you must have stole it off somebody. Are you sure you wasn't maybe nipping a little off that jug before you got pushed overboard?
I never saw that jug or this pouch before in my life. All I remember is grabbing a hold of something as I went overboard.
Could be it belongs to whoever tried to do you in.
Could be.
I reckon you really came out second best. You lost a whole boatload full of furs, and all there was in that pouch was that liquor and a book with some writing in it.
What'd the writing say?
Tell you the truth, Mr. Boone, I ain't never learned to read.
This is Le Journal de Gile Roque. Looks like some sort of daily record, a diary. Guess it means the Journal of Guy Larocque.
And I reckon that's the name of the fellow who tried to kill you.
Do you know him?
I ain't good at knowing people. But if that's his journal, it ought to tell you all about him. All you gotta do is read it.
Well, I can't read it. It's in French.
You mean to tell me that French writing is different than other kinds of writing?
No. Writing's same. Different words.
Oh. Come to think of it, there's a French lady lives on an island in the swamp near here. Her name is Sylvie du Marais, and she talks real educated like. So I reckon she can read.
I'm much obliged, but I just had a thought. Whoever stole my furs is going to sell them. I just might catch up with him in New Orleans.
That sounds real reasonable.
How long do you figure it'd take to get there?
Maybe an hour or two come daylight. I don't aim to travel through these swamps at night.
Well, I reckon we ought to get a little sleep.
Mr. Boone, after what you've just been through, I reckon you could use it.
Where did you get this foul-tasting rum?
An older man brought it to me. A man named Hoops. He sometimes brings me fish and game and does some shopping for me down in New Orleans.
Well, next time he brings liquor, tell him to get a different brand, will you?
You're avoiding the subject. What I asked you was, are you sure that Guy Larocque is dead?
How many times do I have to tell you before you believe me?
You saw him die then, with your own eyes?
No, I did not see him die with my own eyes. I told you, a British war sloop came down on us in the middle of the night and boarded us before we could make sail. I escaped in a dory. Last time I saw the ship, she was in flames and sinking. Now, is there anything else you'd like to know?
I would like to know about the journal. Guy knew he could not come back here, and you were supposed to bring it to me.
Yeah, I wasn't the only one on board who knew about that journal. He kept it hidden in his cabin. He told me he'd give it to me when we made a port, except we never made a port. With Larocque dead, a dozen men went after that journal. I just got there first.
And there were no other survivors?
Who knows? I was too busy saving myself to notice.
Well, what difference would it make? If the others lived through the battle like you, they must believe the journal is at the bottom of the ocean. We will drink a toast. Tomorrow or the next day, we should both be very rich.
I'm afraid that's not quite true.
The treasure is here on the island. The journal will tell us where. All we have to do is dig it up, and voila, the gold is ours.
The trouble is, I don't have the journal now.
But you have just said you had it with you.
I did, until tonight.
Well, this I do not understand, if you had it with you.
The ship that picked me up landed me in the Carolinas. I came overland from the coast of the Mississippi. There I bought a load of furs from a riverman up north that came downriver.
A load of furs.
They wouldn't sell me the boat without them.
I don't know what all this has to do with the journal.
Just about everything. I had it in a wallet strapped over my shoulder. When I was pulling the boat, the strap broke, the wallet fell into the river and sank, and the current carried me away.
So now it is not at the bottom of the ocean, but at the bottom of the Mississippi.
I'm afraid that's the way it is.
But you had time to read it.
Yes, I had time to read it, but I can't read French. That part I left up to you.
So I have spent 6 months in this dismal place for nothing.
Oh, we still have the furs.
So now that becomes our entire fortune, a load of furs.
Well, it'd bring in a pretty decent price in New Orleans.
Decent price? You fool! You blunder!
Sylvie!
Do you know what you have done to me?
Sylvie!
I promised this pirate Larocque that I will marry him so I can find out where his gold is buried. I send you as a trusted messenger to bring this journal to me, and you come back empty-handed.
I'm sorry, Sylvie.
You're sorry? I had $1 million in my hands, and now due to your stupidity, I have nothing, and you say you are sorry. You don't!
You're through yelling. I'd like to remind you of one thing. The gold is still here someplace on the island, within a mile or so. That much we know.
Then what do you propose to do? Dig up the whole island?
Well, it may take some time, but I'm sure we'll find it someday.
Find it yourself. I've had enough of living in this swamp.
Where do you think you're going?
To New Orleans. I will sell the furs and live like a lady for a change.
Sylvie, come back!
This is as far as I go, because I don't cotton to crowds.
Well, I owe you my life, Hoops. I don't know how I can ever repay you.
Well, I drank all that liquor.
Well, I like to think my life's worth more than a bottle of liquor. Besides, it wasn't even mine.
If you wasn't carrying it, I wouldn't have gotten a hold of it. And it was real good liquor. You know, a man like me don't get hold of nothing but rot gut very often.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. If I find those furs, I'll buy you a canoe full of them.
You make a mighty pretty offer, but I still can't figure how you're going to prove they're yourn. You don't know nobody here, and you got nothing on you even to prove who you be.
Well, I never cured a pelt yet I didn't put my mark on. If I can find them, I can prove that they're mine. Besides, I've got this journal. Anyway, I want to thank you for your help.
Oh, wait. There's one more thing you ought to have. A little money.
Well, you've done enough for me, Hoops. I can't take your money, too.
Take mine. By rights, I reckon it belongs to you. It was also in that pouch with the other stuff. And I sort of snuck it out before you come around. And now I just don't feel right about it. Here. You'll need it. If you come across that fella that done shot you, you don't even have a knife to skin him with.
Thanks, Hoops.
Four, 8, 9, and 5 makes about 11. It's the richest I ever been. And I almost made it honest.
Bon, en pièces. Portez-les à la chambre de travail.
Howdy.
Bonjour, monsieur.
You by any chance speak English?
Oui, whenever it becomes necessary. What is it that you wish?
I'm hoping to find a man. I can't tell you his name, but he came in...
People come and go, monsieur. What was the appearance of the man?
Well, I can't say. I never got a good look at him, but...
Well, what was his business?
Well, I don't know what his regular business is, but right now it says thievery.
Monsieur, what else do you know about the man?
Not a thing. Except that last night he tried to kill me.
But why do you suppose that I might know such a person?
Because what he stole from me was a boatload of furs, and I figure he's aiming to sell them.
You're accusing me of dealing in stolen furs?
I'm not accusing you of anything. There's no way you'd know they were stolen. But if you bought any furs this morning, I want to take a look at them.
Monsieur, I am an honest merchant. Why should I object? Hello, t'aperçois? I trust you are satisfied, monsieur.
Yep, I'm satisfied.
Bon. Then I am a relieved man. As I told you before, I am an honest merchant. It would hurt me to think that I had been dealing in dishonest goods.
Well, then you'd better start hurting. Because every fur in this batch belongs to me. Or maybe I should say belonged to me until someone stole my boat last night.
Man, no. But how can you say such a thing?
See this B?
Oui, I see it.
That stands for Boone. Donald Boone of Kentucky, that's me. And if you want to look, you'll find that stamped on every pelt in this pile.
But, monsieur, I did not know. I paid good money for these furs, highest prices.
Well, you don't need to worry. I don't want the furs back. I just want to know who sold them to you. And then I'll collect the money and then that little extra that he owes me, too.
Excuse me? Did you say he?
Well, what's wrong with that?
Oh, monsieur, it was not a he who sold me these furs. It was a she.
You mean a woman?
Oui. Very much a woman.
Well, you wouldn't know who she is.
Certainement. She comes here to buy furs always. Now she has sold some.
Well, didn't that strike you as a little strange?
Oh, monsieur, in this business, you do not ask questions. You accept things as they come.
Well, I guess it's fortunate that I'm not in your kind of business because I do have some questions.
But of course, that is your privilege.
Are you going to answer my questions?
Hello. Considering your size, I believe I am inclined to say yes.
Well, considering all the trouble I've been put to these last 2 days, I'm kind of glad you've decided to be agreeable.
So, what are those questions?
Well, who was the woman that sold you the furs?
A lady by the name of Sylvie Dumaret.
That name sounds familiar. You wouldn't know where I could find her.
Certainement. You might inquire at the Taverne Royale. I believe that she always stays there when she comes to New Orleans.
How can I find this Taverne Royale?
Ah, I will show you. It is very simple. You go outside and go to the right. It is not too far.
Well, you know what, Mr.
Proust. Marcel Proust.
Mr. Proust, isn't it funny how real simple things sometimes get real complicated?
Ah, oui, monsieur. I myself, I am complicated now.
You're not alone. Bonjour.
Don't shoot, mister. I wasn't able to steal nothing.
What are you doing here?
I come to see Sylvie. I brought her a bottle of rum. I always bring her some whenever I get a chance to go down to the city.
Sylvie's not here.
Oh. Have you any idea where she's gone?
Yeah, New Orleans.
New Orleans? That's a funny thing. Seeing that her boat's still here.
She took my canoe.
Well, I reckon I'll come back and see her some other time. Maybe I'll find her at home then.
Would your name be Hoops?
It sure would. Rufus C. Hoops. How did you know?
Sylvie's mentioned you.
Oh, that makes me mighty proud. How long have you known her?
Quite long. Maybe you heard her talk of me. My name's Drake, Sebastian Drake.
Oh, I'm glad you said it. I've been standing here thinking you might be some other fella.
What other fella?
A man with a French name. But shucks, I don't know why I should think you was French when you speak in English. Name of Joe of G or something like that. Leroc.
Guy Laroque?
That's it. Do you know him?
Well, I know of him. I took him over to the cabin and sit for a while. It gets kind of lonely out here by yourself.
Oh, yes. I suppose it does. Only I don't notice it like other folks do.
For a drink, Mr. Hoops?
Don't mind if I do.
Out of curiosity, what do you know about Guy Laroque?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
But you know his name.
Oh, yes. I also happen to know a fellow who's mighty anxious to find him.
Who's that?
A fellow I pulled out of the river last night. Name of Boone.
Boone, huh? What's he look like?
Oh, he's a big fella. Bigger than you. Been shot in the head. Just grazed him a little. Didn't kill him any. Only he'd have drowned if I hadn't pulled him out of the river in time.
I see. Now, why would a man named Boone be looking for Guy Laroque?
Because he thinks that's the name of the fellow who tried to kill him.
Now, why would he think it was Laroque? Did he see the man?
No. He never got a look at him. But he had a hold of a pouch that this fellow was carrying. And there was a book in it. And well, I don't know how to explain it, but he just...
A leather-bound manuscript written in French? Le Journal de Guy Laroque?
That's it. And he went down to New Orleans to try to find somebody to read it for him so he'll know. How did you know that? How did you know all that? Unless you're the man.
Unless I'm what man?
Nothing. I'm going now.
Is she the one?
That's her, all right.
Will you have the usual, Miss Dumaret?
The usual, Antoine. And how complimentary it is that you remember.
One never forgets a beautiful woman.
It's her right enough. Did you hear the barman call her name?
So if anyone knows where Sebastian Drake is, she does.
Mind if I join you?
Yes, I mind extremely.
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to do it anyway.
You realize, of course, I could call the innkeeper and have you ejected.
Yep. What you don't realize is that I could call the law and have you arrested.
What a ridiculous statement. I've never even seen you before.
I've never seen you before, but I figure you owe me quite a lot of money.
Owe you money? What would I owe you money for?
For that load of furs you sold Mr. Proust this morning. They happen to be mine.
Are you accusing me of stealing those furs?
Well, not you exactly, but somebody did. And I'm still mighty interested in finding out how you got them.
I don't see that it's any of your business.
Well, it's my business if you happen to have gotten them from a man named Guy Larocque.
That's impossible. Guy Larocque is dead. He's been dead for 2 months.
Well, now, I wonder why no one bothered to tell me that.
Because the news hasn't reached here yet.
Well, it seems to have reached you somehow. Who told you?
What does Guy Larocque mean to you?
Nothing, now that I know he's dead. But I still want to know where you got those furs.
Who are you, anyway? By what right do you question me this way?
Please, miss, if you'll just sit down, I'll try to explain.
Is this man putting you to some trouble, miss?
Oui, a great deal of trouble.
Then it would be a pleasure for us to take care of it.
Let's get out of here.
So when I saw those furs you sold, I couldn't help wonder where you got them.
Oh, believe me, I did not know they were stolen. He told me he bought them, the furs and the belt. I should have known better than to believe that.
Well, who are you talking about?
About a man I once thought I loved. About the man who tried to murder you.
Well, who is he?
His name is Sebastian Drake. He was once an officer in the British Navy until they sent him to capture Guy Larocque. Then he joined Larocque and he became a pirate himself. All because I told him about this.
Well, what's so important about that?
Because in it, Guy tells where he buried his treasure. Drake gave up his honor, everything, to get his hands on it. And now he thinks it's at the bottom of the Mississippi with you.
Do you know where he is?
I know where he was a few hours ago.
Take me there. I've still got a score to settle with him.
Not until I read this and see if it really tells. I've had to wait a long time for it. It's here. It's here. I had to read halfway through to find it.
Now will you take me to Sebastian Drake?
We find the treasure first.
I'm not interested in treasure. I want Drake.
He's a very treacherous man. He will kill you if he gets a chance.
He's already had his chance. Now, where is he? Now, you've read what this says. Can you find where the treasure is without it?
I could go to the exact spot right now.
All right, then. Well, now, why not? You're the only person in the world who knows where the treasure is. No one else can find out. Now, will you please take me to Sebastian Drake?
If I do, will you help me afterward?
If you want me to, yes.
All right. I'll take you to the cabin. That's where I last saw him.
There's no light showing.
He could be asleep.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Not in here. Come inside.
Just a little life left in the coals.
That ash should hold the heat for hours.
What do we do now?
I'll wait. You better leave. You take the boat and go someplace where you know you'll be safe.
I feel as safe here as any place. I'd just light a lantern, make it more comfortable.
All right.
Of course, I'm sorry. He may not be back until morning. He may not be back for days. We could have the treasure by then. I've kept my part of the bargain. It's not my fault he's not here.
Well, I see your point. I'm going to need a lantern, a shovel, and a rope. I'd like to have a gun.
This is the only gun I have.
This is not good for much outside of shooting birds. It's double-barreled, too.
Sorry, the place is closed. We had a little trouble.
So I see. I'm looking for a man. I thought this a likely place to find him.
I'm sorry, there's nobody here but me.
He could have been here earlier. A man named Boone.
I've never heard their name. The only stranger that has been here was the man who wrecked this place. Big as a bull and twice as strong.
That's a one. Where'd he go?
He took off with that Sylvie du Marais.
Well, did he have something with him? Was he carrying something?
I did not notice, monsieur, but he left this behind.
Ah, it's good to see you again, mate.
Armand.
Drop it, Skipper. We want to talk.
Yes. We thought that for a first mate, you left the sinking ship a little early. Especially when the captain was dead and you should have been in command.
Battle was lost. Nothing else we could do.
Except search LaRoque's cabin before you abandon ship.
You wouldn't know that unless you searched his cabin yourself.
Exactly. And do you know what we found? We found something missing. LaRoque's journal, Drake. We want it.
I don't have it.
Maybe he's got the treasure already. That'll do just as well.
Now listen, put your guns away. I need your help. That treasure's still underground, but it's not going to be there long because somebody else has that journal.
And who would that be?
A man named Boone, a girl named Sylvie.
So that's what they were so thick about all of a sudden.
All right. Let's get down to the river and stop wasting time. We can talk while we're moving.
out there needs help.
Oh, that part of the marsh is all quicksand.
We've got to go after him. When I get to him, keep this rope tied around the tree.
Oui.
I'm glad you're all right, Mr. Boone.
Just sit quiet, Hoops.
But I gotta tell you, I was talking to a man, too much, by the name of Drake. I let him know that you was alive. I told him everything before I realized who he was.
When was that?
This afternoon. In your cabin, Miss Sylvie. I tried to break away to warn you, but it was too late. He came running after me, shooting.
So he's had plenty of time to find out we're together. If he knows that, he knows where to look.
You hang on to this, Hoops.
But if he's after us and you don't even have a gun?
Well, I've got you. And you're the only person in the world who knows where that treasure's buried. He won't bother us until we find it. You just sit tight. We'll be back for you.
This is it.
And open the lantern.
A light?
It'll make the work go faster.
Well, it's considerate of them to provide us with a beacon.
Do we follow?
Yeah. Each of us will take a section of the island to keep them surrounded. But don't show yourselves or make a move until we see that treasure above ground.
To think I've often come here, never dreaming this was the place.
Do you know the exact spot?
Here, oui, it's right here, halfway between these two stones.
We'll hunt treasure someplace else until we're sure we're not being watched. Stay close to me. All right. 8 paces to the south. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now 8 paces to the west. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This may be it, Sylvie. Maybe we better mark the spot. Show him where the treasure is, Sylvie.
He's got Drake. Shall we go after him?
Why? Boone doesn't even know we're here unless Drake tells him. Drake won't do that. Let them do the digging.
You've been wanting to dig for this treasure a long time, Drake. Show him where it is, Sylvie. Go ahead.
Why not, Boone? There should be plenty here for all.
I've hit something. Keep digging. This is it. All right, lift it out.
He says it's there. Shall we move in now?
No, let's see it first.
Too heavy for one man, Boone. You'll have to help.
Get out.
Just enough for me and you. Now?
No, you heard what Drake said. It's heavy. Let them move it for us.
Right again, mate. We couldn't even carry that canoe anyhow.
Don't think of making a break. Taking this to the boat, and then I'm taking you to New Orleans. Heave her up. What's wrong with you? Shoot!
Like sitting ducks.
Yes, just like sitting ducks. Well, Mr. Boone, you got to do for me what I did for you. And it all come out even, proper like.
No, Hoops. You're still way ahead. If you hadn't have followed us, we'd all be finished.
It was my fault for putting Drake onto you in the first place.
Forget it, Hoops.
Such ridiculous talk. Now eat this, Monsieur Hoops.
Oh, Miss Sylvie, you're a coddling me to death. That is hot.
Bon voyage, Monsieur Boone.
Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. He was brave, he was fearless, and as tough as a mighty oak tree. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippin'est, roarin'est, fightin'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
When an ugly serpent bit him on the heel, on Springfield Mountain there did dwell a lovely youth, I knowed him well. He scarce had mowed half round the field when an ugly serpent bit him on the heel, on Springfield Mountain.
That's a pretty one, Mr. Shanks.
They's all pretty, Mrs. Shanks. Songs is pretty 'cause they just flowers from a man's soul. Of course, though, singing's a sign
of what, Mr. Shanks?
Of being hungry, Mrs. Shanks.
Now, here I am, twice or, well, maybe 3 times your size. But it's always you that's singing for his dinner.
I'm trying to catch up, my love, and it's hard to do. Vittles, my darling, or I'll sure fade clean away.
Mr. Shanks, you're positively bottomless.
Good day to you, sir.
Oh!
Well, now, sir, here stands a very fortunate man.
And why might that be?
Well, I was in need of help, and the good Providence provides. Look at me, sir. No rifle, no supplies. I was the victim of an Indian raid. You see, I was heading south to visit an old friend, Daniel Boone.
Did you hear that, Mr. Shanks? The very man we've been traveling for 4 weeks to meet. We're going to homestead, Mr.
Blunt, madam. William Blunt.
In Boonesboro, Mr. Blunt.
Oh, you couldn't do better, madam. Still, my situation remains the same. I'm at the mercy of the Indians. In short, sir, I need a hand.
You sure talk funny.
Well, I'm afraid all Englishmen talk rather funny. Well, sir, may I have a lift?
Well, I don't know about that.
Why, Mr. Shanks, you're not going to let that fine gentleman stand in the middle of the road with all these heathen savages around. Put that rifle down.
But, my love, in this here wilderness?
If you let that nice man stand there, you can whistle for your dinner.
Climb up, Mr. Blunt.
Thank you. Your rifle makes me a little nervous, sir. Thank you. 1,000 pardons, my friend. And thank you for the use of your wagon. Now, if you and your charming lady will kindly step down.
Daniel Boone. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippin'est, roarin'est, fightin'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
you.
What's going on, Jericho? You busting up things?
Jericho just fell, that's all, Pa.
I was practically pushed. Daniel, you're raising a fiend here.
That's what I think sometimes.
I didn't do nothing. At least not much.
I was feathered. I figured it was a fly buzzing around my nose, and I swatted at it, and the next thing I knew, I was crashed.
Dan?
I'm coming. You ready?
Yeah.
I'll be out in a minute. You got some chores to do? Why don't you do them?
What was it, Dan?
Oh, it's Jericho. You might say he fell.
Oh, I heard you talking to Israel.
No, I sent him about his chores.
Could it be that Israel had something to do with Jericho's falling?
No, it's nothing.
How long have you been gone this time, Dan?
No, we ought to be able to get enough beaver hides in a couple of weeks. Be right back.
You won't be back for at least a month, and you know it.
Beaver are prime this time of the year, Mrs. Boone.
Pa! Pa!
Trouble. They even walk like trouble.
Mr. and Mrs. Shanks, I found them wandering about above the salt flats. It appears they're looking for you.
That him?
Daniel Boone.
It's a crime, that's what it is. Poor innocents stripped clean to the bone.
Aye, kindness in our hearts, compassion for the wayfaring stranger. And what does the blackguard do? Rob us, takes our all and sends us afoot.
What are you folks talking about?
You're going to say that you don't know him, that he's no friend of yours, that he's as dark an acquaintance as you've never seen. And me, with my one good dress gone, and the fine pair of shoes I bought in Philadelphia, and the mirrors, and my pots, my household goods. Oh, the brazenness of it all.
I ought to get me a limb, thick as my arm, and just pound you like a peg into the ground.
Now, just a minute. Would you mind explaining?
Robbery, that's what, ma'am. And he said he was an old friend of yours.
What friend?
Mr. William Blunt. Manners. Manners to cheat an angel with.
William Blunt.
Aye. Now tell us you don't know him.
That I wouldn't do. I do know him.
Paradise, you said. That was Boonesboro. And here we are. And them all friends of thieves.
Come on in, folks.
That's it. I'm poor again, mister. I'm poor. The food is just fine, Mrs. Boone, just fine. Well, anyway, we were riding down the trail, and there he was, standing just like a gentleman outside the tavern. Charming and pleasant as you please. Well, there ain't any more to tell.
How many men did he have with him?
Half a dozen. But before we knew it, we was walking and they was riding.
William Blunt. Daniel, if that Englishman gets a toehold on Kentucky soil, he'll have this territory standing on its head within a month.
Is he that bad?
Just who is this fella, Mr. Boone?
Well, he's a gentleman, aren't you?
What do you know? I told you, Mr. Shanks. 'Twas a gentleman that robbed us.
What about what he told us about him and you?
That we knew each other?
Uh-huh.
Well, that was true once.
What do you mean, once?
First time I ever saw William Blunt, I was coming across a trace, and he shot 3 Choctaws off my back. In those days, he had a title. He was known as Sir William Blunt. That man that got the Choctaws off me, that man was a friend indeed.
Since then, he's become as bad as any Shawnee scalp hunter. A man who works for the highest bidder. A man whose only loyalty is to the biggest bag of gold. And a man for whom the Cherokee have had a fire burning for a long time.
What's been done to bring this feller down to size? I mean, up till now.
Well, Kentucky's a big place, Mr. Shanks. A lot of land to get lost in, especially if you're William Blunt. And that's just the way he wants it.
Well, one thing is certain, Daniel. He has to be stopped. If he's going in for robbing poor settlers along the trail.
Maybe he's going in for something else. I just come from Cincinnatus' store. He's expecting a shipment of rifles, 50 of them, brown Besses. Now, maybe that's the reason your Mr. Blunt's in the neighborhood. If he gets his hands on those...
He's already got them. 5 boxes of them. Hawkins up in Salem sent them down with me. Paid me 10 shillings, hard money.
He sent them down with you?
Mm-hmm.
He was supposed to send him special freight.
Weren't no special freight to send them with. Leastways, none dependable like me, so I took them. Had powder, too. Couple barrels. Well, guess he's got them all now.
Do you realize what?
I realize. A man like Blunt, 50 rifles and a Shawnee, that's a combination that could wipe out half of Kentucky.
Well, he's got to be stopped, and right now. I'll round up every able-bodied man in the settlement and we'll get going.
No. Halting Blunt's a job that's got to be done fast and quiet. Stopping him is my job.
The Cherokee have a stake in this.
I got nothing better to do.
All right. Glad to have your company.
Dan.
Don't worry, Becky. We'll be back.
Can we do something, Mrs. Boone?
No, nothing. Thank you. You'll stay here, of course. There's plenty of room.
What about our own cabin?
If Dan doesn't get those rifles back, you won't be needing one. None of us will.
It's cold.
I camped here, all right.
How old do you figure these wagon tracks are?
No more than a day.
I'd say the same for the fire.
These tracks head towards Boonesboro.
If you go a little farther, you'll find that they double back north.
Yep. It's fact.
Yeah, I told him that trick myself. And a lot more. I got a feeling it'll all be coming home to roost. Well, come on. Moon enough, let's go.
Horses.
Shanks' horses. And they're telling us their way.
Hold on, hold on. Don't get excited about it. Get excited. It's a treasure, my lad. That's what it is, an absolute treasure. Why, I've never even seen a woman as beautiful as this. Me, I'd settle for ham for breakfast. Oh, Scraps, you're an insensitive fellow. 50 rifles, man. Why, it's like owning a harem with each wife as lovely as the other.
Them horses are getting hungry, too.
I know, I know.
Well, then why don't we move on? I don't understand what you're doing.
Now, Scraps, don't point. It's rude. Sit down, enjoy these rifles.
And I don't understand why we're sitting here like ducks.
Horse sense.
Huh?
It's horse sense. Here, play with one of these little rascals. patience, Scraps. You'll see.
And what if we've been followed here? They can walk right in here.
Exactly. But there'll be no bloodshed. Not a drop.
That's far enough.
Well, well. My old friend Daniel Boone. Hello, Daniel.
Drop those rifles and get your hands up. Where are the others?
Others? There are no others.
There were 6 of you.
Oh, a little disagreement. 3 deserted.
I don't believe you. Get in the wagon.
What for?
On second thought, we'll all get in the wagon. If they're out there, we'll be there to greet them when they come back.
The way you distrust me, Daniel. And to think that once we were friends, comrades.
That was a long time ago.
Oh, not so very long.
Get in the wagon.
Say, Daniel, do you remember that ridiculous bear hunt?
You sure were something chasing that bear in your scarlet uniform and all that gold braid. Can't forget that. And your dad from laughing. All I see now is Shawnee feathers.
And a brace of swamp rats.
Well, I made a minor change of allegiance, that's all, Daniel.
You wouldn't be trying to keep us out here in the open, would you?
Oh, Daniel, there was a price on my head. I had a little disagreement with a fellow officer about a woman. And, unfortunately, I shot straighter and faster. Well, the fellow died, and of course, I was in a bit of trouble. But that sort of thing happens all the time, Daniel.
Get in the wagon.
Oh, now, Daniel, what did I do this time to make you so angry with me? All I did was borrow a wagon and make an overstuffed woman and a somewhat understuffed man do a bit of walking. Now, surely, Daniel.
What about those rifles? What will the Shawnee give for them?
Are you Cherokee, sir?
If they don't move, let's shoot them.
Aye, but your friends are bloodthirsty.
Nobody's gonna get shot.
Well, I'm relieved.
We're gonna take you to Salem, William. After we get your friends.
Jail? But I'm accustomed to freedom, Daniel. Prison would be quite a hardship.
You haven't got much choice. Now, come on inside.
Well, I suppose I'll have to defer to you. Well, you see, Scraps? No bloodshed. Well, it now appears, Daniel, that you have no choice. Well, will you gentlemen kindly drop your weapons? Thank you. Well, you'll have to admit one thing, Daniel.
What's that?
I learned quite well from the man who was perhaps my very best friend.
Sure had more comfortable wagon rides than this one before.
I don't understand it.
Understand what?
He could have killed us back there.
But he didn't. And I don't think he will.
Why not? He's no different from Gertie or Merle or any of them other outlaws, except for one thing. They're dead and he's alive.
And I still don't think he'll harm us.
I wouldn't put anything past him. He's a renegade.
That he is. He's also a real curious man.
Oh, now, oh. Trip's over, Daniel.
And?
Well, I've prepared a little test for you. And I'm sure you'll pass it with flying colors.
When a man's murdered, there's no question about passing with flying colors. It's a sure thing.
You bloodthirsty fellow. Who said anything about murder? Now, Daniel, I'm going to let you go. And this is your moment of departure.
I don't ever remember teaching you this trick.
No, this is a little thing that I thought of myself, Daniel. Now, you see, we're several miles inside of Shawnee country. Not exactly friends of yours, are they? Well, you could certainly make your way back without too much trouble, but if you try to follow me, two rather unpleasant things will happen.
What two things?
First, the Shawnee will certainly get you. Second, I'll kill him. You see, I'm only going to let two of you go. That young man, he'll be my hostage, or as Lloyd's of London might put it, my insurance.
No deal. I'm not leaving Jericho.
You have no choice, Daniel.
Turn him loose, William.
Look, I'm trying to help you, Daniel, to save you, don't you understand? Head south. I wouldn't want it on my conscience. Come on, Jericho! I couldn't help it, Scraps. I tripped. A remarkable man, my friend Boone, isn't he? A remarkable man. Daniel! Good luck, Daniel! And don't follow us. I'd like our friendship to last. At least until the next time.
I told you he was a mighty curious man. Come on.
More berries, Jericho?
Thanks. I sure wish we had a fire. I know. Fire brings Shawnee.
Like bees to honey. Daniel? What are you thinking, Daniel?
Thinking about those 50 rifles that are still heading toward the Shawnee.
Are you still calculating on them rifles?
We set out to bring them back. We haven't done it yet.
But you heard what Blunt said about following him, and I think he meant it.
He sure did.
Well, what good would it do if we caught him anyhow? We don't have no guns, nothing.
Oh, I don't know. We have 3 pairs of arms, 3 pairs of legs, 3 brains. We're not so bad off.
I'm used to my arms, legs, and brains. I'd kind of like to keep them.
Well, you won't keep them long. Neither will half the folks in Kentucky if Blunt gets those guns to the Shawnee. A man like that. He could have done a lot of things for people. Helped them build good lives. It's sad. He was a friend of mine, but I've got to hunt him down.
Well, it's light enough to see wagon tracks, Daniel.
You mean you're going after him now?
Now, you coming?
If not, you'll have to find a tree to spend the night in. The Shawnee are night hunters. Well?
Daniel's right. Now let's go.
Them horses, they're starting to blow hard.
On, my lad. Keep on.
We ought to give them a chance to catch the wind.
I said keep on.
Well, they're still moving.
Well, they haven't stopped since we lost them yesterday.
Do you suppose they're late for an appointment?
One thing for sure. They're not going that fast because they're afraid of us. Could be an appointment with the Shawnee.
Well, we're on time. All right, boys. Let's unload. Come on, hurry it up.
Blunt's main camp.
What are we gonna do now? Throw rocks at him?
I figure we'll have to rush him.
What?
Before whoever they were hurrying to meet gets there.
Surprise, that's the only chance we have.
There are two of them. They're heading for the lean-to. You ready?
Ready.
Ready.
Scraps, hold your nose. Our foul-smelling friends, the Shawnee, are here.
And this time we got more trinkets for them, huh?
That's a profound truth. This time we'll get everything we want, maybe even more. Why, Kashita, you beautiful, ugly old bear. It's a pleasure and delight to see you again.
Horses. This time you bring wagon.
We borrowed it, my friend. Manna from heaven.
Something in wagon?
A surprise.
Something to please Shawnee?
Please the Shawnee. Why, it'll make the Shawnee happy, joyous. It'll make the Shawnee even more powerful and strong.
Whiskey.
No. Scraps, show Kashita what we brought this time.
Aye, aye, sir.
Kashita, you will have to go back and bring your chief. This time, I will trade only with him.
Always you trade with Kashita. Now,
50 rifles and barrels of powder. That's what I bring this time. Here. Take it, Kashita. Show it to your chief. And tonight, bring him here. Go. Now, wait. Be sure you bring him alone. I will not trade with many armed warriors around me. You understand?
Kashita understand. Bring chief only. Guns much good. Kashita leave braves here. Guard with you.
Your braves are welcome. Well, what do you know, Scraps? Neither of us trusts the other, you know. Well, gentlemen, be seated. Now, hurry it up. Get everything ready for tonight for our Shawnee celebration.
There's 9 of them now instead of 6. You still gonna rush them?
Well, it doesn't seem too practical, does it?
Sure doesn't.
What do you think, Mingo?
Well, we expected a fight, didn't we?
A fight, yes, but not a massacre.
You'd feel better with a rifle in your hand, wouldn't you?
About 100% better.
Well, there are 5 cases of them in that camp. And all we need is 1.
But how?
They've sort of tripled the odds, so rushing them is out.
I should hope so.
Well, we'll just wait till dark and try something then.
Dark? A whole Shawnee nation will be here when it's dark.
That's right, but they'll be celebrating. Be whiskey flowing.
Where you going?
I'm going to sleep.
Sleep?
Well, we can't do anything until dark. Man's got to keep his energies up.
Over here.
Well, they're all hitched. They must be near to trading. I count only 5 Shawnee.
On to my house, gentlemen. This may not look much like the great hall of my ancestral home in Sussex, but it's good enough for the business at hand.
You talk much.
Well, I have much to talk about, but not about guns. In good time, my friend, in good time. Pleasure first, business second.
What are you waiting for? Don't you get home with the trading?
Protocol, my friend. Strategy. Entertainment first.
You mean fill them up on drinking, and they won't know how much they're trading for them guns?
You know, if I had it in my power, Scraps, I'd recommend you for a post in His Majesty's Foreign Service. No, this time we're trading for a lot more than a pile of pelts.
Meaning?
Land. More land than a single man has ever owned. Land and all the rights to it. Fur, fish, and mineral. A private empire, Scraps. That's what I'm trading for. Well, gentlemen, come on. We've got much to celebrate.
I will be sure that this is true when I see the 50 rifles you talk about.
You will.
You're to meet us at the lean-to. There's no sense in waiting any longer.
How will it do that?
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Rifles, powder, lead shot, bags of salt, calico. They certainly have been collecting things.
It's enough for William Blunt to start an empire of his own.
How much of this we gonna take back?
All the rifles, for sure. Here's some powder and shot.
What's that for?
In case anything goes wrong, nobody's gonna get anything. Let's go. Jericho, tie him up. Meet us over there at the horses. Come on, Mingo. Let's circle around. Tie him up too? No, it won't be necessary.
So you stampeded the horses?
That we did. To the lean-to. Come on.
Oh, Daniel, is this friendship?
Well, in this case, I prefer a rifle.
May I ask just what your plan is?
You may. We're gonna load the wagon.
With rifles, no doubt.
Nothing else.
Oh, you rascal. Come on.
All right, that's far enough.
Good. My men and the Shawnee will be back soon, Daniel. Then what'll you do?
Well, now that depends on how long it takes you to load. Besides, we reduced the odds. Now, come on, you've got a lot of work to do.
Well, I don't do rough work.
Move!
Well, he's as bloodthirsty as ever.
You too.
Tashida, I've said it once, I'll say it again. There stands a remarkable man.
All right, start carrying it and make it fast.
Oh, Daniel, if I only had a partner like you. On second thoughts, though, a partnership with you might not last.
In the wagon.
got much time.
I'm not gonna leave him any powder.
Have a heart, Daniel. I'm exhausted. I'm a gentleman, and gentlemen don't have to carry
I want all
things.
the powder I can get. Come on. Come on. Pick it up.
Tanya, are you all right?
I'm all right, just a little singed. Your friend came close to blowing us all to Richmond.
In your case, I'm afraid that wouldn't be quite far enough.
Daniel, let's get out of here. Time's running out.
Drag him to the wagon. Coming? Not gonna leave him any powder. Get to the wagon and get it rolling. I'll be right with you.
Come on!
Drive him, Jericho. Get him out of here fast. Never mind.
I'm sorry we lost him.
We got all the important things. You better sit down. It's going to be a long, rough ride.
Well, rough, perhaps, but not long. My friends will come out to me.
First, they got to try to catch the horses.
They will, Daniel. They will.
Then they've got to try and take us. And with your reluctant help and the supplies we have, we ought to be able to hold off an army.
You know, Daniel, it's a pleasure. A genuine pleasure to be captured by a far-seeing man.
Thank you, William. Time up, Mingo.
Oh, allow me.
Break out those extra rifles. They're keeping out of range.
It's not like Shawnee.
Keep loading those rifles, Jericho.
Daniel.
What?
We're old friends, you and I.
They're your friends, the Shawnee.
Answer me, aren't we?
We were friends.
Then listen to me. You haven't got a chance. Look. There, too. The chief must have called him out, Daniel. Now, those 5 men, they'll keep you here until the others can catch up.
We can hold them all off for days, if we have to.
I've no doubt you could, but I know these Shawnee. In retaliation, they'll leave you here and ride on to Boonesboro. You may live, but others will die in Boonesboro.
You're concerned for the people of Boonesboro.
Mingo, let him talk.
You know something? I only wish you respected me as much as I respect you. In spite of everything, I still consider you my friend.
Get on with what you were saying about Boonesboro.
All right. Release me, Daniel. You'll never get me to a prison anyway. You know I'd make you kill me before I'd let you put me behind bars. You believe that, don't you? Now, all the Shawnee want is to rescue me. They need me. I'm important to them. They listen to what I say. Release me and I'll head north for the Shawnee, and that'll be an end to it.
You gonna believe him, Daniel?
I'll keep my word. Remember, you may be able to hold off the Shawnee, but then they'll descend on Boonesboro in vengeance to burn and kill. You'll be left here with all these guns and shot and powder while your neighbors die. Will you let me go? There isn't much time now. Let me go.
You used to be a decent man, Blunt.
Well, in some ways, I still am, Daniel.
Maybe. I don't want to see anybody get killed in Boonesboro. Untime. You just made yourself a bargain.
You're not gonna trust him, are you, Daniel?
You gotta trust another man once in a while, Jericho.
You still aren't sure, are you, Daniel?
I'm sure.
It's a strange way, isn't it, to be friends? Now we will all go home. Then we will tell the chief. Eh, Kushita? Oyama.
Well, it looks like we're gonna make it.
Yeah, if we can trust him.
Until the next time, Daniel Boone, farewell!
Farewell to you!
Now let's head for home.
Blunt kept his word. He sure did. Just like riding on a picnic. Sun's a-shining, bees a-buzzing.
Ain't no Shawnee in the woods. Say, do you know what we did?
What?
We found the rifles, all right, but we lost all of Mr. Shank's household goods.
Yeah, we really made him a poor man.
I don't go along with that. The Shanks and all the people of the settlement still have their lives, and that makes them rich.
Dad?
Uh-huh.
I gotta admit it. When you let Blunt loose, I was sure we were gonna get double-crossed.
But we wasn't.
Sure wasn't.
All of which proves one thing.
What?
We're just as lucky as the Shanks. A man never knows how many good friends he has. Get up there, Bessie.
Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. He was brave, he was fearless, and as tough as a mighty oak tree. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippin'est, roarin'est, fightin'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
Been watching that cabin for over an hour now. I ain't seen nothing except them two women. Besides, I already told you, Boone was still in Salem when I left. Stands to reason he couldn't be home by now.
Well, I suppose we have to take the chance. Can't travel very far without supplies. Take your friends, get what you can. And make sure that the family is properly recompensed.
There's 4 men. They're coming toward the house.
What's so alarming about that?
Well, it's the way they look.
Oh, darling, I'm sure there's nothing to be frightened about.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Lovely morning.
What do you want?
Well, we were just traveling through and we ran out of grub. Thought maybe we could get a few supplies.
Well, I suggest you try the Ford. It's right down the road. They have a store there.
Well, there's certain reasons we can't do that, ma'am. So I guess we'll just
Now,
have to
just
get
a
him here. Get out there in the kitchen, see what grub you can rustle up. Look around, see if there's anything we can sell. Ma'am, you know better than to cause us any trouble. Besides, Coot don't like to be fussed with.
You just wait until my pa gets back. You'll be sorry.
By the time your pa gets back, we'll be long gone.
Hey, Coop! Yeah, come on. Give me that. Give me that. All right, keep it. I got this anyway.
Hey, for that grub! Let's get moving. Lovely morning, ma'am.
Daniel Boone. From his moonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a boom, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
Let's hide the boat in case somebody comes along before we get back. canoe with brush. Israel, have you ever been this far upriver?
Nope. The last time Pa came up here, he said I was too little. He promised I could come the next time, though.
Well, then he kept his promise by giving you permission to make the trip with me.
I was afraid Ma wasn't going to let me come. I'm sure glad Pa finally talked her into it.
So am I. It would have been a mighty lonely trip without you.
How long are we going to be here?
Well, our cache of furs is about 5 miles inland from here. I imagine it will take us about 2 days to bring them out.
Even with me helping?
Even with you helping. Why? Are you beginning to get homesick already?
Permanently, no. I was just hoping it'd take a little longer. I like being out here in the woods with you, Mingo.
Well, then, with good hunting, and if we walk slowly enough, I think we might add another day.
I walk just about as slow as anybody. Ma says even slower when I got some chores to do.
So I've noticed from time to time. Well, we'd better get this canoe covered up if we're going to reach our campsite by tonight. Israel, I'm afraid you're setting too fast a pace for me, lad.
I'm sorry, Mingo. I didn't realize I was going so fast. But then I guess you get tired easy when you get old.
Yes, I'm afraid that's true.
Got much further to go?
Oh, not more than half a mile.
Well, seeing that you're so tired, maybe it'd help if I carried your rifle or something.
No, thank you, son. I think with a moment's rest I'll manage.
I guess a man's got to travel a lot to know how big this country is.
That's true. It's much larger than most people realize.
Sun's getting pretty low. If you're resting up, we best be getting on, so we can make camp before dark.
Well, I believe I can manage now. Hold on.
It sure does feel real good to get home again.
What have you got against Salem?
Nothing. Just got something against the time it takes to get there and get back. Wonder what Cincinnati's one's done with these supplies.
Well, that's his problem now. You thirsty?
I'm right behind you.
Cincinnati?
Daniel, sure, I'm glad you got back. I was about to send a messenger out for you.
Why?
Well, I'll let Becky tell you. She's the one it happened to. Becky!
Dan. Oh, Dad, I'm so glad you're home.
What happened there?
What was those 4 men?
It was the most terrifying experience.
Now, hold on just a minute. Just sit down here, Becky, and tell me all about it.
Well, it was yesterday afternoon. These men came to the door asking for food. When we refused, they forced their way in. They wrecked our cabin and stole everything we own. Well, everything they thought had any value.
Did they harm you, Becky?
No, not really.
Mama?
No. But they were so dreadful. After they left, I brought Mom here to the fort for fear they'd come back.
What'd they look like?
Oh, one was the most vicious-looking man I've ever seen. And he had an Indian necklace. He seemed to be their leader.
What about the others?
They were all about alike. All filthy.
Did you hear anybody called by name?
Let me think.
Yes. Yes, I think the leader called one of them Coot.
You think you might know him, Daniel?
I know him. That's Rafe Todd and his bunch of renegade scalp hunters.
What are they doing ranging this far south?
That's what I'd like to know. Becky, which way'd they head when they left the cabin?
Upriver.
Cincinnati's put me up some food. Mama, I want you and Becky to stay here until I get back.
No, Dan. Those men are desperate. And what they took isn't worth the risk of going after.
That's not why I'm going, Becky. What worries me is that Israel and Mingo are camped someplace upriver. Now, Cincinnatus, what about that food?
You're coming right away, Daniel.
Better make that food enough for two.
No reason for you to go along.
No reason why I shouldn't either.
A trap. Some old set that was covered with grass. I guess your father and I were not the only ones who trapped through here after all.
You just lie still. Five was quicker than anything.
I'm afraid not, Israel. You can't spring this sort of trap without a set of clamps. That's one thing we didn't bring with us.
What are you gonna do?
Israel, did you notice the spring we passed back there? Be a good boy, Israel. Get me some water. And see if you can find some moss.
Sure you'll be all right till I get back?
I'll be all right. Be a good boy. Do as I tell you. It took you long enough. I was beginning to think you managed to get lost.
It took me quite a while to find the moss. Lean pretty bad. Hurt much?
It hurts. But I think I'll live through it.
As soon as I get a fire going, I'll heat the water. When it's washed off good, I reckon it'll feel better. Ma and Pa taught me that whenever I got hurt. I'll just put a little powder on and it'll fry up quicker.
Certainly.
And if you'll give me your flint and steel.
I'm lucky to have brought you with me, Israel.
We're running out of daylight mighty fast.
We'll have to travel in the dark. Todd hates me too much not to take it out on Israel and Mingo.
Won't be very long now. Then we can get that light cleaned and bandaged. Maybe it'll feel better.
Israel, come here. I want to talk to you. Now listen carefully. Do you think you can get that canoe into the water all by yourself?
I don't know. Why?
I just don't think you'll be able to get back to Boonesboro overland.
You mean you want me to go home and leave you here?
It's our only chance.
I just can't do it, Mingo. Not just up and go with you here all alone and hurt.
You have to go, Israel. It's the only way.
No, it ain't. Pa knows where we are. If we don't get home, he'll come a-looking for us. Now we better start to tend that lake.
Israel, you've had a long day. Don't you think it's time you got some rest?
Well, I gotta admit I'm a little tired.
Then why don't you bed down for the night?
But you
I'll be all right. My leg feels much better since you cleaned and bandaged it. I'll keep watch for a while.
Well, I guess I could use a little sleep, but I ain't gonna do unless you promise me to wake me up so I can put some more wood on the fire.
I promise, I promise.
Well, in that case. Good night, Mingo.
Good night, Israel. Israel,
Yes?
I'm proud of you.
Nothing.
Find something, Daniel?
Made short camp here last night. At least long enough to eat. Ashes are cold. Stones are still warm. I figure we're no more than 8 to 10 hours behind them.
Then we're gaining on them.
Now, I've reloaded the rifle, Israel. It has a lighter charge, so the recoil won't be as violent.
You mean I can't take your powder horn and shot pouch so I can reload in case I miss?
That's exactly what I mean. You have one shot only. Now, we need fresh meat, and any kind will do. But if you miss, you come directly back to camp.
You don't trust me very much, do you?
Why, Israel, I trust you implicitly, or I wouldn't allow you to go at all. But I can't trust you to reload that rifle.
And there's no need to worry. I guarantee there'll be fresh meat in the pot come sundown.
Good hunting, Israel.
I fail to understand why we've been in such a confounded hurry. You think we've had the entire colonial militia at our heels?
It ain't the militia I'm worried about. I figure Boone might be on our trail.
Why should Boone follow us? You did pay for that food and those trinkets, didn't you?
I've been meaning to tell you about that, Morgan.
You mean some of you deliberately looted that house?
Oh, I wouldn't exactly say that. You see, this woman was downright unreasonable. She held a gun on me. She said if I wanted supplies, I'd better go to the fort and buy them. But considering I couldn't do that, we just went in and took them.
Including the jewelry that your outlaw friends are wearing.
Oh, I tried to stop them. I'd done my utmost, but you know how it is. A fella sees some fancy doodads he figures he can trade. Just naturally gonna take them. I did all I could to stop them.
You fool.
Don't you go calling me no names now. After all, I know the way to Fort Detroit, and you don't. I start taking a dislike to you. All I gotta do is walk away.
Did you harm those women?
Well, you know I wouldn't do that, Morgan.
I'm not sure there's anything you wouldn't do. Well, what's done is done, can't be helped. Come on, we best be moving on.
Let your breath out. Make sure you got a good beat on the target. And squeeze the trigger. Don't yank it. Look what I got, Mingo. A fat old gobbler.
Israel. It shot right through the head. Israel, that's fine marksmanship.
I just did what Pa told me to do. Let my breath out. Make sure I got a good beat on the target. Then squeeze the trigger instead of jerking it.
Yes, then what happened?
It knocked me flat on my back.
Well, the important thing is you made the shot good.
I'll get that bird started cooking. And then we better change the bandage on that leg. Getting real close to done.
Morgan, come on in here. I got something to show you. Ain't that a sight? You know, I used to trap this country once till the Shawnee run me out. That's a bear set I made 3-4 years ago. Look what I catched. I done catch me an Injun.
I see nothing amusing about an unfortunate accident. It's a good thing we stopped by. We'll have you out of this trap in a moment.
Gee, mister, I'm sure glad you came. I need help real bad.
Israel.
Give me a hand here, Todd.
What's the hurry? I'm hungry.
I couldn't spring that trap all by myself. And it looked like all we could do is wait until my pa...
Israel.
Gee, Mingo, all I was doing is asking him for help.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My name's Roger Morgan.
My name's Israel. His name is...
Never mind, Israel.
Your friend's quite right, son. In this country, it's wise to be suspicious of strangers.
It's not you I object to, Mr. Morgan. It's the friend you brought with you.
That's why I call it downright unfriendly attitude. Here we are just trying to be neighborly, and you go getting hostile. And you can lay that gun aside, too. I ain't gonna give you a chance to use it, nohow.
You've never given anyone a chance, Todd.
You know my name. Now, why would... I'll be dogged, you're Boone's engine.
I'm the one who helped him drive you out of Kentucky, if that's what you mean.
You're a friend of Daniel Boone's?
I like to think so.
Oh, they're thicker than thieves.
Well, that's apt to pose us quite a problem.
Where'd you get my mom's locket? And that's her ring, too!
You say that's your ma's jewelry, boy? And you must be Boone's little boy. Ain't this a nice family gathering?
What have you done with Mrs. Boone?
I'm sure no harm's come to the lady.
You give me back my mom's things.
Hold on there, boy. Those doodads are all bought and paid for, legal-like.
You're a liar, Todd. You've never bought or paid for anything in your life.
You shut your mouth, Indian. I already owe you something. I ain't yet made up my mind how to pay you.
Well, we've traveled long and fast today without taking time to cook a proper meal. I'm sure you won't mind if we share in your repast.
Be our guests.
Eat! We're still in Shawnee territory. You three better go out and stand guard.
You figured on spending the night here?
I ain't decided yet.
You asked me, we better keep traveling.
Nobody asked you. Now get out there and do what I said. You know, I was real nice of you to offer to share your supper with us.
Sound Christian principle, Todd. Never turn a hungry man from your door. But then, of course, it would be impossible for you to understand.
I, for one, am extremely grateful for the food. I regret that my companions have left so little of it for you.
Thank you very much.
Aren't you gonna help us? Mingo's hurting awful bad.
I'm sorry, but the circumstances being what they are, I'm afraid that's quite impossible.
What circumstances?
I think I can explain, Israel.
You know, you're quite perceptive and well-spoken.
For an Indian? My father was English. I spent some time at Oxford.
Really? Well, that makes us fellow alumni, then. I attended Oxford for 2 years before... But, you were about to explain my circumstances, weren't you?
It's really quite simple. My guess would be that you've just come from 96, the Loyalist stronghold on the Saluda River, and that you're carrying vital information. Topographical details, armaments, fortifications, estimated strength of military personnel.
How'd you deduce all that?
Your wrist betrayed you, sir. It bears the insignia of the Royal Lancers, a marking on the skin that can never be erased.
You're quite right, of course. And knowing that, you understand why I can't set you free.
Yeah, I figure it's time we pulled out, Morgan. The Boone is chasing us. He ain't gonna stop because it's night. He'll just keep coming.
I suppose you're right, Todd.
What are we gonna do with them two?
I haven't made up my mind yet.
Well, ain't no need for you to worry. You just leave that there engine to me. I guarantee he won't do any talking.
I take it you propose killing him.
Well, that's as good a way of keeping him from talking I know of.
What would you accomplish by that? He's helpless. No threat to us.
Well, you got any better thought?
We leave him here. But if Boone should happen to catch up with us, the boy could be of value as a hostage.
Sometimes you do get a good idea, Morgan.
Son. Now, you understand why I have to do this, don't you?
Not real good. But I ain't afraid to go with you. Because if my pa's trailing you, you're all going to be real sorry.
You talk too much, boy.
Mr. Morgan, I've known this Todd for some time. He's a renegade, a scalp hunter, and the others are no better.
I told you shut your mouth before, Injun.
That'll do, Todd. I don't condone cold-blooded murder. I apologize for my companions. I needed a guide and an escort. These men had those qualifications, and I just didn't have any time to look any further.
Well, then let me give you some advice, Mr. Morgan. Be careful when you turn your back on them, or you might never complete your mission.
And why are you giving me this warning?
Because I want to ask a favor of you. I have a canoe hidden near the river. Israel knows where it is. Put him in it and send him downstream. At least give the boy some kind of a chance.
Don't let him sweet talk you, Morgan. That boy is our insurance for a safe trip to where we want to go. Coat!
I'm afraid you're right. Now, we take the boy to Fort Detroit. He'll be released there and arrangements made for his safe return.
That's the way I like to hear a man talk, Morgan. Take the boy and tell the others we're pulling out.
Apparently your military training no longer means anything to you. I feel sorry for you.
Oh, you're mistaken, sir. I was trained as an officer. And that entails both the giving of orders and the obedience of orders. And much as I regret the degradation of this assignment, it has been given to me, and I will obey it to the letter. I'm truly sorry.
I'll be along.
suppose you stayed behind to kill me?
Yeah, I considered it. As soon as Morgan gets down the trail a ways, I changed my mind.
Out of mercy and kindness, I'm sure.
Oh, I wouldn't exactly say that. That's getting real infected, ain't it? That just helped it along a little bit.
I doubt that.
You know the way I figured? If you don't die, at least you're gonna lose a leg. Wouldn't that be an awful thing to happen to a half-breed engine?
Are you through?
Sure feels good to get back at a man, yo. And I owe you. I owe Boone, too. I'll get back at him. 'Cause I got his kid. And I already got back at you. 'Cause all I gotta do is leave you here to rot. Sure feels good to get back at a man you owe.
Todd.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a little suggestion. Why don't you just kill me now?
I like it better my way.
I wasn't suggesting it for me. I was suggesting you do it for yourself.
How do you figure?
Because if you don't kill me, Todd, I make you a promise. I'm going to kill you.
Yourself, son?
No, I ain't hurt.
Now, what's going on here?
Boy fell. He can't keep up this pace, Todd.
But your idea to bring him, Morgan, I reckon it's up to you to see he doesn't slow us down. We gotta be traveling, and traveling fast.
Yes, me, we never should have brung him. Just tied him up and throwed him in the river.
Nobody asked you. Now, you listen to me, boy. I know what you're up to. You're figuring on slowing us down, giving your pa a chance to catch up. Well, I don't like that. And they don't like it either. You slow us down just once more, I'll turn you over to them. They'll make you wish you'd stayed on your feet.
Don't you threaten the boy, Todd.
I'll do more than threaten him.
You'll not lay a hand on him, nor will any of your men. Now, I gave my word that no harm would come to this boy, and I intend to keep it. You tell your friends that, and make sure they understand.
Now, look here, Morgan. There's something you better understand. This ain't no parade ground, and them boys ain't soldiers. They ain't used to taking orders, so don't start giving any.
Don't you threaten me, Todd.
I'm not threatening you, I'm telling you the truth. Now, you make sure that boy keeps up.
I'm sorry, son.
That's all right, Miss Morgan. You've done all you could.
Now, look, we'll make camp in an hour or so. You do your best to keep pace, and I'll help you all I can. But I know what you're thinking. But it's a false hope, boy. Now you put it aside.
You don't know my pa. He'll come after me. You wait and see.
But come on, before they come back looking for us.
Tracks. I hate to say this, Daniel, but Israel's with them. What do you make of that?
Mingo's hurt.
That explains the other tracks I found, like somebody dragging something.
He is. He's dragging a trap. Come on.
Daniel, where's Israel?
They took him.
What happened to you?
Never mind what happened. Let's get this bear trap off of him. Can you stand up?
I'll try.
You can't hold these jaws open too long. When we get it open, pull your leg free.
When I count to 3.
Start counting.
1, 2, 3. Tupper, you take care of Mingo. I'm going after Israel.
Right.
Thinking 4. Hey, are you cheating? Sure, ain't you? Shuffle, that puts me 2 up. Quit you 1.
They gotta keep up that bickering all night?
Is it bothering you, Morgan?
Yes, bothers me a great deal. Tell them to stop. 6.
No, I keep repeating and repeating, and you don't hear me. They used to taking orders.
You have some authority over them. Come on. I've seen you use it.
Well, sometimes I tell them. Sometimes they tell me. I reckon this is one of the times they do the telling.
Come on.
I don't understand you.
Let me cut.
See, they're playing high card. First one gets 5 ahead's the winner.
7. 3.
And looks like Coot just won.
What stakes are they gambling for?
Well, I wasn't going to tell you that, Morgan, because I got an idea you wouldn't like that.
What do you mean?
Well, seems the boys are tired of being slowed down by this here kid. So they're gambling for him.
Gambling for the boy.
Maybe I should have said for his scalp.
His scalp?
Worth $50 in Fort Detroit.
This boy is in my custody.
Looks like Coot just won him.
I intend to see to it that he's delivered safely to Fort Detroit.
Well, I won him fair and square. You can ask Luke.
No one is going to touch this boy. I'm taking the boy, Todd. I may not know the way to Fort Detroit, but I know the way we came. And don't you try to follow us.
Oh, I ain't gonna try to follow you, Morgan. I got an idea you ain't going no place. Looks like you've got 2 scalps instead of 1. That's a good thing you got a thick skull, Coot. He gave you quite a clout. I reckon you'll have a headache for a day or 2.
Paul! I told you he'd come. I knew he would.
Out there in the bushes. Spread out in those trees. That's Boone out there.
That ain't gonna do you any good.
Let me see about that, son. Just wait your spell.
Shouldn't take too long. Your paw's real good in the dark, but ain't one bit better than Cooter Lucas. Don't be so sure. That could be your paw got down.
You don't think I know the sound of my own pa's rifle? That wasn't one of them British muskets you've been carrying.
Pretty smart, ain't you, boy?
Smart enough to know a Kentucky rifle when I hear one. Coming pretty soon.
There wasn't no Kentucky rifle, boy.
That wasn't my pa that yelled either.
A man yelping when he's hurt sounds pretty much like any other man. At least I got you.
Not anymore, you ain't. Now just put that rifle down.
Oh, boy. Suppose that ain't your pa after all.
It's my pa, all right. Now put it down.
That's the way you want it, boy. That's fine. Now give me that pistol, boy, before you hurt yourself.
Stay away from me.
Boy, you don't want to shoot me.
I'm telling you, stay away.
You're a little young to start killing people.
You may not want to, but I'm sure going to if you don't stop.
I'll be dogged. You really did mean to kill me, didn't you, boy? Boone! You want this boy to stay alive? You better get out in the open. You hear me, Boone? I ain't waiting much longer.
Don't do it, Pa! Don't do it! Maybe you was right. Maybe one of them got him.
Are you trying to trick me, boy? He's still out there someplace watching. Boone! I'm running out of patience. Okay, have it your way then. You see this knife? I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. I ain't going much higher.
All right, Todd, you win.
That's what I call being real sensible.
Let the boy go.
Not till you throw that gun away and fire.
Better get out of there, boy. You're gonna get killed. Do what he says, Israel.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Boone. It's gonna be a real pleasure.
Said I'd better kill you. Next time an Injun tells me something, I'm gonna believe him. I don't know how you got here. I'm sure glad you did. Tupper? Israel, let's go home.
That ain't about the wildest tale I ever did hear. You sure you ain't lying, Daniel?
You don't believe me? Ask Tupper.
Why should I believe him? He's a bigger liar than you are.
Oh, I ain't never told a lie as big as this. Ain't got that much imagination.
I always thought Indians were supposed to be good in the woods. I reckon I'm going to have to change my mind now.
Keep it up. Keep it up, Cincinnati. I'm going to set a trap for you someday.
Mighty hunter, mighty woodsman, mighty trapper.
Well, I reckon that was his trouble. He trapped everything else in the woods. There's nothing left to trap. So he had to set a trap for himself.
As for you, Daniel, don't you worry. There's plenty of traps for everybody.
Yeah, you reckon you can get as far as the cabin on that leg?
Well, I'm willing to try.
Well, you better get up on your feet because Becky's got supper ready.
Oh, I think I can make it. Let's get
Go to it, Bingo.
Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. He was brave, he was fearless, and as tough as a mighty oak tree. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
He ought to be here by now. We should have sent for him sooner.
It couldn't be sooner.
And of all people, Daniel Boone.
Mr. Boone!
What's the trouble?
Sam Thurston wants to see you before you leave. He's waiting at the Black Lantern.
Oh? He's had all day to see me. What's happened?
Don't know that. Just know he said it was mighty important.
We're mighty anxious to be on our way. You go on with the pack horses. I'll catch up with you later.
It had to be Boone. He was the only one you traded with today. Besides, he's not very well known around this part of the country.
But if he's already gone, what then? What will I do, Lacey?
Sam, please stop worrying. I told you I would help you. Isn't that Boone that just walked in?
Yes. You know what to do. Good evening, gentlemen.
Sam, good evening. Called me just in time, Sam. You look worried. Something wrong?
Well, as a matter of fact, there is. I was going over the books at closing time, and I found that I'd made a mistake when I paid you for your furs and buckskins.
A mistake?
19-pound mistake.
Well, that's a sizable error.
Now, look, Boone, it's my fault, not yours. But if you don't mind walking down to my place of business, I'll show you.
Let's go then. If you're right, I reckon I'll have to make it up to you.
No, thanks, Boone.
Well, what's a girl to think, Constable, when her fiancé walks out without saying goodbye?
He'll be back, Miss Lowe. Sounded like he had some important business with Daniel Boone.
Oh, that was Daniel Boone.
Yes.
Oh, dear.
What's wrong?
Well, Sam was just telling me about what a frightful row he'd had with him earlier.
Well, they seemed friendly enough just now.
Oh, public appearance, you know. I do hope Sam gets his money back. If he returns, would you tell him that I've gone to see if my coach is ready?
Surely.
Thank you.
Here's the record, Boone. Sit down and look it over.
Yeah, it said where? Your chair's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry. A leg came off and I sent it to Peterson to get fixed. But if you'll just make sure that this is correct, the number of hides and furs, the price of each, and the total over here.
Well, I'm not much of a bookkeeper.
It's not very complicated.
No. No, it isn't, but the way I make it out, you're the one who owes me 19 pounds.
Oh, good. You agree, then.
But you said back at the tavern.
I said I'd made a mistake. I didn't say in whose favor it was. What happened was this. After I bought your furs this morning, I had a visit from the company's London overseer. Now, competition is getting fierce in Europe, and he gave me authorization to pay higher prices to get the best. So, this is yours.
But you already bought my pelts.
Well, the authorization was effective as of today. All day. And if I don't get my accounts in order, I lose my post. So take it and be on your way before your friend Mingo comes back looking for you.
Hi, Sam.
Come on, Prince.
Sounded like a gun. Come on.
Get out! Sam's in there. Get him out!
Of course, the way you tell it, Daniel, it wasn't exactly a mistake that Sam Thurston made. It was more of a correction.
I suppose he was having a little fun with me. Because naturally, when he mentioned the 19 pounds, I took it that he wanted it from me. Just kind of human nature.
Yes.
What's wrong, Constable? You boys are looking kind of serious. What is it?
I wouldn't have believed it of you, Boone. From what I've heard about you, you're a man to be trusted. But maybe that's just west of the mountains.
Well, come on, Henry. What is it?
You're under arrest. Charged with the murder of Samuel Thurston. Take their weapons and search them.
Sam Thurston? He was as alive as I am when I last saw him.
You can make your statement to the magistrate. Any resistance, and I open fire.
There's nothing to resist. The charge is false. How'd Sam die?
I'm not interested in helping you prepare a defense.
This money pouch has Sam's initials on it.
All right. There may be more on the horses. Bring them back to town the way they are. All right? Head back for town.
So Sam gave me the extra 19 pounds and I left. And that's all I know, except I'm sorry as any man that he's dead.
You seem to forget, Boone, that the constable and I were standing right over there at the bar when Thurston told you that he paid you 19 pounds too much.
That's not what he said. All he said was that he'd made a mistake.
The entire implication was that he overpaid you. The last thing I heard you say had to do with reimbursement. Do you not deny that?
I thought the same as you did until he explained about the authorization from the company overseer.
What is this overseer's name?
I don't recall Sam mentioning his name.
His name is McTavish. Bernard McTavish.
You know him?
I know of him. My brother is factor for the company's Salem office. He does the same thing there that Sam did here. McTavish went over his books and records about 2 weeks ago. And I reckon he might have been at Sam's office since.
All right. Sam was telling me the truth.
But you're not telling us the truth. According to my brother, McTavish had orders to clamp down on all the buyers. Prices are going down, not up. You made up the wrong kind of story, Boone.
Listen, Mr. Godwin, I'm not on trial yet, and I have the right to know exactly what I'm being charged with and who's accusing me.
You will be granted that right. Even more. Before I read the indictment, you'll hear a few witnesses. Sergeant, bring in Miss Lowe. Sit over there, Miss Lowe. Now, Miss Lowe, would you please tell us of your own experiences last evening? And remember that everything you say is being recorded.
Well, I was here in the Black Lantern with Sam, waiting on Mr. Boone.
Yes, we know that. Then Sam left, and Boone left, and then a minute after, you left. What happened then?
Well, I saw Sam and Mr. Boone going toward Sam's office. So I went in the other direction, toward the livery stable, to see if my coach was ready. And it was.
Do I have the right to ask a question?
It's pertinent.
Who got your coach ready for you?
The livery man. Sam had sent him out to get you, and I was afraid that he'd forgotten the horses, but he hadn't. He had them hitched and tied outside.
All right. Go on, Miss Lowe.
So then I got in the coach, and I started back toward the Black Lantern. But I went on to the office instead.
Why did you do that?
Because while I was waiting in the coach, I heard you say, "Goodbye, Sam," and you left in a hurry.
Any comment, Mr. Boone?
Well, that's true. I said goodbye to Sam. He was standing in the doorway.
Well, from where I was sitting, I couldn't see the doorway. But I thought I would go in the office and get Sam. And the door was closed. And so I opened it. And then I looked inside. And the place was in flames. And I saw Sam.
The witness is excused. Sergeant, please help Miss Lowe.
Well, has it occurred to anybody that this might have been an accident? Maybe after I left, Sam knocked over a lamp.
I'll put you in the witness chair, Henry. Tell him.
After Miss Lowe gave the alarm, I was the first one to reach Sam's office. He had already been burned beyond recognition. All we could do was put out the fire before it destroyed all the evidence.
What evidence?
The evidence that Sam had been shot through the head. He was dead before the fire started. The evidence that you tried to destroy, Boone. You got in a fight over that money, lost your temper, killed him, and then tried to make it look like an accident by setting fire to the place. And
Order. This is a court of inquiry. You will please state only those things which you know from your own observation, Constable.
I'm sorry, Judge. But when a man with Boone's reputation does something like this, it makes it seem 10 times as bad.
You mean you're already convinced I'm guilty?
What else? You'd already had a fight with Sam earlier in the day. If Miss Lowe could have kept on talking, she'd have said so.
That's not true.
Oh. You're accusing her of lying. Next, you'll be accusing her of doing the killing.
I'm not accusing anyone. I'm only saying what I know.
Then you know she couldn't possibly do it. She and Sam were going to get married next month.
Well, is that the only thing that makes it impossible?
No. Enough of Sam's desk was left to show that the safe compartment was open and the money stolen. Someone had to have Sam's keys to do that. And first, he had to take them away from Sam. And here's the money right here. We heard Sam talking about a 19-pound mistake. You claim the mistake was in your favor. So how does it happen there's 26 pounds in this pouch? Well, all right. Explain it.
I can't explain it. I don't know. I never even bothered to count the money.
Is that all you have to say, Boone?
That's all I can say. Are there any more witnesses?
One. Bring in Mingo. Now, Mingo, when Boone overtook you last night, did he show you that pouch?
Yes.
Did he show you any other money in addition?
No. Now listen, you know Mingo was clear out of town before any of this happened. I've told him exactly what I've told you, so that's all he knows about it. Let's leave him out of it.
I might as well, since you've had plenty of time to coach him. Are you ready to hear the indictment?
Go ahead.
Thank you. The County of Mecklenburg, on the basis of sound evidence assembled, charges that Daniel Boone did willfully cause the death of Samuel Thurston. That he did thereafter rob the same and put Samuel Thurston's office and warehouse to the torch, thereafter fleeing to escape justice. Does the prisoner plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
This being a case of homicide, bond is not permitted. The sergeant-at-arms will see that the prisoner is escorted to jail and held there pending the trial.
All right, Mingo. Here's your gun. Come back, I'll jail you as an accomplice.
Chair with a broken leg. If he sent it to be fixed, how could he have been sitting in it?
Warden! Warden! Warden!
Hey, you! Stop that!
I want to see the constable. There's something I want to talk to him about.
It'll keep till morning. Any more noise out of you, I'll have the guards put you in stocks.
Warden! You heard me! Warden!
Mingo.
Anything wrong, Warden? Warden!
This way.
There's nothing else to do. Everyone in town is absolutely convinced you're guilty. If you stand trial, you're a dead man.
And now you've gone and made yourself my accomplice. And they'll hang you. If they can catch you.
They'll be heading west, over the mountains. Watch every trail. And shoot on sight. Let's go.
It looks like they're gonna make every effort. As soon as Fox leaves, I'm gonna go call on a man named Peterson.
Peterson? That's somebody you know?
No, never met him. I can see his furniture shop from here. Excuse me, Mr. Peterson. Well, I couldn't very well use your front door.
You're Daniel Boone.
That's right. And you know why I'm here.
No, I don't. I never had anything to do with you.
Well, maybe you did. Just answer one question. At what time last night did you take Thurston's desk chair back to his office?
I don't know what you're talking about. I never went near Sam Thurston's office, and I ain't never seen any desk chair.
A chair with a broken leg? He said he sent it to you for repair.
It's not true. I never had it. And even if I did, why would I take it back at night when he'd be locked up?
Then why are you so scared?
Well, of course I'm scared. You killed Sam Thurston, and now maybe you're aiming to do the same to me.
I see. I keep forgetting everybody thinks that I'm a killer. Well, I'm not, Mr. Peterson. And I happen to think you're telling the truth. It was Thurston who lied. I wonder why he lied about a thing like a broken chair.
Well, I don't know anything about that. The last time I talked to Thurston was all of 2 weeks ago.
Did he have any particular enemies that you know about?
I never knew him that well.
This, Lacey Lowe, where does she live?
On the road to Salem, but not too close in. Why do you want to know that?
I was just wondering why she'd need a coach to get home. But I reckon she would if it's that far. I'm going to leave the way I came in, Mr. Peterson. And I guess you've got no choice but to run to the constable the minute I leave. But tell him for me that I still plead not guilty. But I'm after the man who is. You better keep to the trees. You don't have to do this, Mingo. I'm the one they want. If you get away, they won't follow.
Not without you, Daniel. Tell me, what do you hope to learn from this woman?
Well, she told the constable that Sam and I had trouble earlier in the day. Either she was lying or she was repeating a lie that Sam had told her. I have to know.
Has it occurred to you that perhaps Miss Lowe herself...
Of course it has. If she saw me leave the office, she had time to do the shooting. But she didn't have time to find that chair and put Sam into it. And she didn't have time to find the keys, rob him, and leave the place in flames. And if she didn't do any of those things, she probably didn't do the shooting either.
Well, there must be someone else.
Yeah, has to be. There was someone else in Sam's office last night. Maybe a thief who hid when we came in. And after I left, he killed Sam, escaped, set the place on fire.
Then it is conceivable that Miss Lowe is sincere in believing that you killed him.
That's what I have to find out. Come on.
I just gotta do it. I gotta do it. A man has to uphold the law.
Well, looks as though she's home.
Signal if anybody comes.
How long ago was this?
Well, I don't know exactly. Maybe 20 minutes, half hour.
Oh, a half an hour. Well, where have you been? Why didn't you come at once?
Well, I was going to, but you see, he said he didn't do it. And the way he said it...
Of course he said that. What else did he say?
Well, he wanted to know where Mrs. Lacey Lowe lives, and I guess... Well, I reckon I more or less told him.
Oh, yeah, you told him. And you gave him all the time in the world to get there. Well, if there's another murder before morning, you'll be responsible.
Who is it?
It's Daniel Boone, miss.
No, it isn't. Daniel Boone is locked up. Who are you?
You don't understand, Miss Lowe. I've been released. I don't intend you any harm. I just want to talk to you.
At least that tells me one thing. You didn't shoot Sam Thurston. You never could have hit him with it.
What are you talking about? You know very well who shot Sam.
No, I don't. Not yet. All I know is that I didn't kill him. Tell me, before Sam died, was there any reason for you to dislike me?
Well, of course not. I didn't even know you.
Well, then why did you tell the constable, even before Sam died, that he and I were having trouble?
I don't have to answer your questions.
No, not yet. But if I'm captured and go on trial, you'll have to answer them then.
Captured? I thought you'd been released.
Well, it wasn't the constable that released me.
Then you escaped.
That's right. And I don't have much time. Now, would you tell me why you told the constable that lie?
I didn't tell any lie. I simply told what Sam told me.
Well, then Sam lied. He lied about the broken chair. He lied about the money that he said he owed me. He even lied about the amount he said he was going to pay me. Now, why would he go to all that trouble?
I don't know what you're talking about.
One thing he said that was true. He said that his company overseer was here from London. Can you tell me anything about a man by the name of Bernard McTavish?
No.
Sam said that he talked with him. Maybe that was true.
I don't know.
Maybe he gave Sam the authorization to raise his prices. Don't you see? His testimony could save my life. Now, where is he?
I don't know.
Look, you saw me leaving Sam's office. And I'm telling you that when I left, he was alive. And yet 1 minute later, when you got there, Sam was dead and the building was on fire. Doesn't that tell you something? Somebody else had to be in that building. Now, who could it have been?
No one.
How come you're packing your trunk when Sam isn't even buried yet?
I'm still alive. We better hurry, Daniel.
Slow. Are you all right?
I heard the guns. Is he dead?
No, but he will be if he doesn't give himself up. Why was he here? What did he want?
He just kept saying that he didn't do it and said there must be somebody else.
Well, did he hurt you? Threaten you?
No. He just kept asking questions.
Ah. Trying to break your testimony, was that it?
Well, I have to tell him the same thing I said at the hearing. It was the truth. I saw Boone leaving Sam's office and run away.
Of course you did.
And I have no choice. There's really nothing else I can do.
Then why are you tormenting yourself about it?
Because I never knew what it felt like to make someone die. And it's my testimony that'll kill him.
Miss Slow, are you changing that testimony?
No.
I know how you feel, Lacey. It's a terrible responsibility. I don't like hunting a man to death either. Someone's got to bring him in.
Well, do it. Capture him and kill him, and let's get it over with.
Well, we've lost him for a breather, at least.
Somewhere in that patch of timber right there. Got a couple of the boys combing it right now.
Well, our best chance would be to keep them there until daylight. Take a few men and get over to Gilbert's place. That's all cleared land you'll be able to see if they try to leave that way. Leave someone posted on the road in case they try to move south.
Where'll you be?
I'll be right here. Boone can't know this country very well. With all this moonlight, he'll have to stay to the timber. All we have to do is be sure that we keep him there. If he hasn't shown by daybreak, we'll move in on him.
They won't stay there till daybreak.
Well, I don't think so either. So get moving.
Jameson, Stevens, let's go.
Looks like a farm over there. It's a dog barking at someone. He couldn't have gotten wind of us yet. Must be someone over there waiting. Maybe we could make a run for it. Well, let's stick to the woods. I want to live to find Bernard McTavish.
But Daniel, he might well be halfway back to England by now. And even if you found him, his testimony might be all against you. After all, if he told all the other company factors to reduce their prices, he must have told Sam Thurston the same thing.
But why did Thurston lie? Why did he lie about the broken chair, and why did he go through all that tomfoolery about giving me money that wasn't mine?
I don't know. You know, it's almost as if he knew we were about to be murdered and arranged everything so that you would appear guilty.
Say that again.
I say that it's almost as if he knew ahead of time he was about to be murdered.
Thank you. He did know. He picked me ahead of time as the killer. I've been looking at this thing all backwards.
I don't understand. Why would he protect the real killer?
Because the murder was already committed. There was another man in that building, just as I said. But he was dead. Dead in the next room, and probably sitting in Sam's desk chair.
That shooting we heard must have been Crawford over at Gilbert's farm. Unless they got him, Boone and Mingo will be heading back this way. Come on, let's spread out along the road.
We've got to get back to Miss Lowe's place. I know now why she's packing that trunk, and I'm pretty sure it'll take 2 people to move it.
Well, the first thing to do is get out of this patch of woods. I believe Henry Fox has us surrounded.
He's probably waiting for daylight.
Well, I'm ready now. I need some help with the truck.
Aren't we taking an awful chance?
Be a bigger risk to stay here. If they don't capture Boone, he'll be back. If they do, the constable will be back to tell me. It's getting morning outside now, so you better get out right away.
What if you should run into Fox or some of his men?
They think you're dead. They won't be looking for you. Do you have the identification papers you took from McTavish?
Yes, right here.
Good. Well, as soon as we get away, that's who you are. Sam? Do you remember when you first came to me and told me about McTavish and that you'd killed him because he found you with the company money? I told you then I'd help you. And I have helped you. I've lied for you and might have even killed a man.
Yes, Lacey. But just remember that the money I stole was spent on you. And half the money in that trunk is yours.
Sam, that was never the reason I did that. I did it to save you, so we could be together. I did it because I love you.
Lacey, we're wasting precious seconds. Nothing will stop the sunrise.
Sam, can't you say that you love me? Can't you say that I have to do these things for you?
I love you. Now, if we're going, let's go.
Well, it's all out in the open from here on.
Look. Let's get over behind those rocks.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to try to talk to him. I've got to get through. Come on.
Constable! Who's there? It's Boone. I want to talk to you.
You got anything to say to me, Boone? Come out with your hands in the air. You and Mingo, too.
You listen to me first.
I make no bargains with killers. Open fire.
Miss Lowe, what are you doing here?
Going to my sister's. I can't stand to be in that house alone anymore.
It's Lacey Lowe. She's leaving.
Boone's over there in the woods and he's got a gun. You better get out of here quick. Here!
I've got to stop her. If she gets away, I'm a dead man.
Henry! You listen to me! I'm coming out!
Come on, then.
I've got a gun. I'm not using it. I'm gonna fire it in the air. Here it comes!
Stop where you are.
I'm leaving it up to you, Henry. Shoot if you want, but I'm going after that carriage.
Boone! I'm warning you. Come on, man, let's get it.
You take over for a while. I'm exhausted.
Someone's coming.
Fighting's not going to do you any good, Sam. It's too late for that.
Sam Thurston. The man in the office. The man who was shot.
Sam can tell you all about that better than I can.
It was Bernard McTavish. He'd gone over the books and he found out that I was hundreds of pounds short. It meant going back to England, prison, the end of everything.
So you shot him while he sat at your desk?
And I shoved him and the chair into the storeroom. But Lacey had nothing to do with that. All she did was try to plan to save me after I told her what had happened.
By putting an innocent man's neck in the noose? Who fired the gun we heard in the tavern?
I did. Just so you could hear it. McTavish was already dead.
You couldn't have done anything else, Henry. All the evidence pointed to me. It's nearly foolproof.
I could have given you the benefit of a doubt.
You did. You had a clear shot at me and didn't take it.
Take him back to town.
This is where I last saw him. He didn't have a gun. I'm afraid one of your men got him before you found out about Sam.
No, they'd have told me. More likely he thought you were finished and took off for Kentucky.
Well, he wouldn't leave. Not until he knew.
Well, I'll get a few men. We'll make a thorough search of it.
Hello there. Let this be a lesson to you not to wander about in the woods without a rifle. Did you find Sam Thurston?
Yep, we're free.
Free? I've been held prisoner in this tree for over an hour.
Well, we'll just wait. This time, Henry Fox can release both of us.
Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. He was brave, he was fearless, and as tough as a mighty oak tree. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippin'est, roarin'est, fightin'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big